right. We're back and we're live. So first off, timer. Let's set a timer for 1 hour and what's it going to be? 53 minutes. And then that's when I'm going to have my breakfast, which is just a shake. But we're going to continue for about 4 hours today. So we're going to set that timer so that I remember to actually eat as well. And we're just going to continue where we left off. Hello, Aditya 2112. Wait, let's see. Okay. All right, so what we did last time, this is the app that we're building. The mock-up or the design for it. And right now we're working on this part of it, getting all of this to work. And right now I think we have pretty much everything for that working. So if we pull that up, we can see, we can type in here a task. And if we type in a task just like this is how you type in a task name. And then, yeah, that's what we're working on. We're working on setting the color for it. So being able to actually set a color for the task and for a project as well. So the idea is that we want to be able to set the colors that you see here. Right now it's just this teal green type of color, which I think looks really good, but ideally we want the user to be able to set the color themselves for it, which is now what we're going to try to set up, basically. And then I think everything else pretty much works. So we can type in a project, we can type in a hashtag if we want to. Oh. Hashtag tag, and we can also, I think we can also press these ones to add different symbols if we want to add a project or add things from just tapping these buttons. Hälsningar from Stockholm. Nice that you're watching me from Stockholm. Panda, hey, I'm currently working on my site project as well, so have fun. Okay. Now there's one little bug that we have, which is that when you delete things, so if I delete this hashtag now, then we get the color picker comes back up, which it shouldn't do if we've already set the color. It should just delete it so that we can just backspace all the way through this. But that doesn't currently work. So that's something that we need to fix. We should write down a to-do for that. So okay, the sun's going to be a little bit annoying now. I'm just going to pull down the curtain or the drapes, and hopefully we'll have more consistent lighting. Okay, so let's find out where to put that to do, which should probably be the color picker. Yep. Then don't show the dialog. Okay, we've already added that to do, so that's good. How are you, brother? Why did you stop posting for almost a year? I've talked about this a little bit in previous streams, but I started thinking, I just started questioning if this was what I wanted to do, and I was working with a lot of sponsors and just didn't feel like my own goal was aligned, or I didn't feel like the work that I was doing on the channel was aligned with like how I thought, how I wanted my life to look, if that makes sense. Like I was looking for, I got into this habit of looking for like what's the easiest the easiest video that I can make so that I can have a sponsor in it, and so that I can then move on to the next video as soon as possible. So I was looking, I started getting into, by my own doing, like started getting into looking for the easiest, the least effort required videos that I can make. Which I don't think is a good thing, and I don't think, like, it's not what I wanted to do. And I started realizing like, okay, I'm not making the best videos I can. I'm choosing videos based on how fast can I make this video. And so that's when I started questioning a little bit, like, is that really what does that mean that I maybe shouldn't be doing this anymore? And so that kind of made me shift a little bit in how I was looking at things. And now I've landed in something that I think is a little bit more healthy, maybe. How can I get a job in Flutter? I don't know. Just work on building apps and maybe posting it on LinkedIn. I did that. I was like, I built apps and then I posted it as companies that I was working on LinkedIn, which you can do. And I think I didn't do it as like, oh, this is an actual company and pretending like it was a big company. It was just like, I started this app and then I made a page for it on LinkedIn, and then I connected that page to my LinkedIn. And I only did that with like one app, and I still get lots of people like contacting me, not knowing that I'm a YouTuber, which is very important. Like people that have no idea about that still contact me like, oh, are you looking for jobs in Flutter? And that's without barely any experience, just like coding an app in Flutter and posting it there. Big fan from Lapore. Manipur, I mean, maybe. Hi bro, how can I start with Flutter? I would start with just finding an app that you want to build and then go from there. Maybe look at some tutorials for like a simple to-do app or something like that. I think to-do apps are pretty good because then they'll teach you a lot about how to work with a tool or a language or framework. And they're usually pretty easy. Like it might be a 3-hour tutorial or something like that. And once you've done a 3-hour tutorial, if you understand some programming to begin with, then that's a really good place to start. If you don't know how to program, then I would tell you to learn how to code first with just like basically finding something that's teaching object-oriented programming and just learn that, do a course in it, read a book on it, do anything like that. There's lots of alternatives, and just pick one that you like. Do you know if deploying to Play Store one needs to pay for a professional Android account and as iOS with their $99 cost? No, I'm not really sure if you need to pay for the Google account. I don't think so. I think they're, at least, but it was a while ago since I posted anything there, so I don't know if, or deployed anything there, so I don't know if you can. I'm exploring Flutter Web by building a portfolio app. With the same code base to Play Store, App Store. Do you think I'm being too ambitious? I'm exploring Flutter Web by building a portfolio app, I also want to deploy a mobile app with the same code base to Play Store and App Store. Do you think I'm being too ambitious? No, I don't think you're being too ambitious. It depends on how much time you have, of course, but if you're doing it in Flutter and you're already building a web app, I think it should be pretty easy to make it look decent on a phone, and then why not just post it on both places? Or have it in all three places, like web, Android, and iOS. I would definitely do that. Okay, create a color palette for the user. To make sure the text and color info gets sent back to the time tracker widget. The text and the color info. Okay, yeah. So we need to now send. Can you help me get an internship in Flutter? No, I'm sorry, but I can't. How do you make money from where you wrote good web app script? Why you dive into mobile programming? I've not really done any web apps, so I don't know what you mean, but I make money from YouTube. Okay, we need to send something back here, so we need to send the text back wherever that is. So the projects we need to send back, and we need to send back the colors connected to the project. So tag color, task color, let's see, do we set that anywhere? Okay. Okay, let's print to see just if we actually get in here. Task. Okay, run. And then do task. Okay, so we do get in there, so that's good. Which means that we do add the colors to the list. Okay, so once we press, So now the thing is that we have this outside widget here. Once we press save, no wait, once we press got it, it should send it back. Okay, so this button here, I think somewhere in here we need to send the information back. So we need to send the text to do, send the text and the color back to the parent widget is what we need to do here, I think. Time setter, task widget. So this can then be deleted because we have it in the other place, or in the color picker. Void add color and text, maybe. So this then needs to have task list. When we press save, this is what happens. If start times, stop time entry. So this is where we actually save the time entry. So let's see, tag ID is create tag. Tag name in tags, okay. So here we go, that's where this list is. So that's the list. So these lists are the ones that we need to yeah, these are the ones that we need to set, and then we need to do list. Why is it static though? Task input widget. No, we don't need that. Add a comment. Because I'm not really sure why it's static, but let's just do list color tag colors equals that, and then no. Like this would be a really good place for Copilot to just auto-complete and create the same list for tag colors, for project colors, and for task colors. And I feel like it should be auto-completing stuff, but it doesn't seem to do that. Project colors and task colors. Okay, so then in this place we need to then set tags, set all the lists, set the list. Okay. You must use hashtag to make a variable / method private in a class. Hashtag. Oh, okay, you're replying to the previous message. It's so inspiring to watch someone go through a project as you are also working on yours. It's a motivation on my side when I watch your live videos. That's great. That's exactly what I want to do with this. Give us the entire Flutter programming training video. Yeah, I might do some sort of thing about how to do what I do at some point. It's so inspiring, blah, blah. Are you making a living off of YouTube? Yes, I'm making a living off of YouTube. Okay, so then we need to go to color picker. Color pricker. Is that really what I named it? Well, it can stay like that. Change color. When does this get called? Color picker, change color, color text. Wait. Print text. Okay, wait. Final. Okay, let's ask Mr. Copilot. Required this dot add color and text. Okay. Dynamic. Why does it? The argument type void function can't be assigned to the parameter dynamic function. Okay, that's not gonna, I don't think that's what we want. Callback, void callback action, is that what we want? So let's see what happens if we ask ChatGPT. I want to create a method that for a child widget to send text and a color object back to a parent widget. Okay, parent with a string text child widget. Okay, final function. Okay, seems like it did pretty much what I would say that I did here. Add color and text. What's the difference? On change, new text, colors.red. Child widget, extend stateless widget, stateful widget. That's the only difference I can see. On child change, void. Why is it working for that but not for me? Okay, this, I do not really see the difference between this and this. Other than that, it turns blue. You can pass it through Navigator, I think, when you pop or push. Yeah, but I don't think we can do that in this case, because we do the pop or push here, but then we would have to, I think it's pretty much the same thing, like we're gonna have to do work if we want to push it from this Navigator thing to the parent widget. It's going to be about the same as doing this function thing, and this, I know this works because I've done it before, but for some reason it just doesn't want to work with this. And it seems like the Copilot thing just tells me to do the exact same thing. Like this method, I do not see any difference between that method and this method. String text. Well, actually, we can do just a color, and we can do a string, because I don't think we need a list anymore. But it still doesn't help, because for some reason down here we still get an error when we add this. Why do we get an error? String can't be assigned to parameter type dynamic function. String color. Wait, what? Is that why? Is it the opposite way around? Is that actually what it is? Color string. And then we'll see here, string color. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Color, string. And now we have no error. What the hell? Like, oh, that's why I feel like the Copilot thing, or doing like coding with that, it feels like that should, because it built the method for me, I feel like it should have been able to do that correctly. It's like did you ever do those things as a child in like newspapers here in Sweden? We had these two images, like one image above, one image below, and then you're supposed to find like 5 errors or 5 differences between the pictures. It feels like that's what I was just doing here. Okay, so now we are sending back that. So now we can go to the text field. Let's actually just print the text and the color. Print text, and then print color, just to make sure that we actually do get it back to the parent widget. So then print, remove that, and do the okay, and now if we run this and we swipe up and then we do task, and now we print, wait, okay, no, we shouldn't be printing that there actually. What we should do is when we press got it, then here is where we want to do add color and text. Picked, picker color. Okay, so now it should do what we want. So task, and then space, select the color, got it, and then we print the task and print the color. So that means that we send it back, which also means that we don't need all of this. We can just remove that, which means we can also remove this, and we can remove this, I think. No, wait, we can't do that, can we? But we can remove this. Okay. So let's do an at project space at project. Okay, wait. All right, then when we get back here, what we need to do is we need to then add this to these lists here. So let's do print this. If at, then we'll do if tags text tasks text. Okay, so that should mean that we're adding this into the right places. So print task, and then print tag, and print project. So let's just see that we actually can differentiate between the different things. Task name, space, choose, task, project, space, got it, project, and then okay, so we have a bug as well, which is that if we just press space, we keep adding color and color and color, which we don't want. Okay, either way, hashtag, tag, and then name, task. Okay, so it seems like the filter thing kind of works. So now we need to add the colors as well, which we do have here, tag colors. So project colors dot add color. And we don't need to print stuff anymore. And then we need to find the stop time entry. And wherever we create the tags, we can now set the color to be in tags, tag colors. Okay, so now we need to keep track of the index. So index equals 0, int index equals 0, and then index plus equals 1. And then tag colors is equal to index. Okay, and now we need to do the same thing for creating a task, create project. So int index equals 0, color, project colors, index, and then index plus equals 1. And then the final one, index equals 0. I feel like there's a better way to do this, because right now I'm just rewriting the same code over and over, and that's never really a good thing. So task colors, and then index, and then index plus equals 1. Okay, so let's just see if this works straight out of the gate. VS Code is shit, why not Vim? I don't use Vim because I'm not that effective using Vim. Why is there always a comment like X is trash, then why not W when looking at programming streams? Yeah, I feel like that's always the case, but I think it's kind of cool too that people are so like excited about the tools that they're using, I don't think there's necessarily that many jobs where people are as excited about the tools that they use for the work that they do. All right, so what were we doing? Task. Yeah, okay, so now we're gonna try adding a new task. We're gonna start the timer, and we're gonna create a task called streaming, and then we're gonna set the color. I want this color to be red so it will stand out. Method, okay. It auto-completed apparently, but that's okay. Streaming. Okay, now we have an issue. Let's restart it. Okay, start there. Streaming. Space. And then red. Something like that. Got it. And then this is for a project called YouTube, let's say. And YouTube should be green because the YouTube color is of course green. And then we do a hashtag because we're connecting it to coding as well. And coding is blue, let's say. Now we should get a, oh wait, okay, anyway. Now we should get a green, this should be green now for the next task that we add. So if we stop the timer and then we save, this should have been a different color. I think this is just a thing that I've hard coded so far. So if we go to wherever that is, project entry widget, color, maybe not entry, project list widget. Here we go. So this can then be project dot color. Because I need to think about where everything is. Okay, so we have this projects, and that is a list of projects. Okay, so maybe if we do projects dot first dot color. Okay, and then we run that. Bad state, no element. Project dot is empty, question mark. Otherwise we do color dark dot accent color. Okay, maybe it's the other way around. And then do projects dot first dot color. Oh, okay, it changes that color. Okay, so it changes this color, which is not what we wanted, but that's okay. So we're just going to reset this to what we started out with. Okay, and then we're going to find out where the actual name widget, is this the one? No. Task list. Tag entry widget, no. Widgets. So maybe we search the accent color and just see where we actually use that. Time section 1. Expanded color. Let's change this to just be colors dot red. Okay, so that is where we set that color. So then let's do time build time section. Okay, it seems like I haven't set up the logic for this maybe. I feel like I should have. Okay, that's kind of annoying because that's a lot more work that I just have to do, I realized. Because it seems like we don't, like when we build this time section here, we get a list of time entries sent in, but I don't really understand. Time section widget, is this used? Okay, project dot color. Name widget, tag list widget, tags widget, and then time section widget. Final color. Color. Okay. And then we'll change this to this dot color. Same thing here. This dot color. Tag.color, and then task.color. App color. Okay, so now if we run that, we have it looking like this, but now we can actually access the color, I think. The time section widget, this.color, and then go okay, so I think because we're using this widget, we're not getting a color because the time entry does not have a color. So the project list widget gets the project ID. So what if we do, maybe we can create a method here, void get color, and this takes a color, and then we'll do we'll just do this color and time entry color equals app color dot accent color. Okay, and then here we'll do time entry color equals the color. Okay, so then we'll do time entry color here, and then what we'll do is we'll can define a const constructor with non-final fields. Okay, final void. Okay, final color time entry color. This dot time entry color. Can't have null because of its type, but the implicit value is null. Try adding either explicit null or the required. Because it's final. Okay, so what are we going to do? Okay, that seems to do it. Now we need to then send the get color into the project list widget in this case. Get color. Okay, and then we'll go to the project list widget. And we'll do final function color. No, get color. Okay, and then do that, and then do this and required this dot get color. Maybe required as well. All right. No, wait. Let's do this, because we don't want it to necessarily be required if we don't. Well, fuck. Okay, so that's all we need to do. But then we need to figure out, can't have a value of null because its type default is null. Build project state dot project state dot project dot first dot color, and then do get color. Well, let's just do required, because I think we might have to do that either way. What I was trying to avoid was in the tag list, we don't necessarily need the color for the project. We actually just need the color for the tag, which we have. So we don't need to have a method that's getting the color from the project, but yeah, so I do not like that. I don't like that we have to add the required thing. I feel like isn't there a way to have some things be required and some things not be required? Maybe that's not possible. Project, this I get color. Want the get color method to not always be required. Okay, is that all that we need to do? We just need to add a question mark there. Perfect. So get color, else, let's see, if get color does not equal null, then we'll do the get color thing. And we'll do an exclamation mark. Okay, so now what happens? Project list, okay. Now we need to fix the other classes here. Project IDs, okay. And same thing here, project IDs. Okay. Get color, time entry color equals color. Okay, get color, get color. Yeah, Igor Manarok or Manarok, I don't know how to say your name, but yeah, you got it. I just wasn't that fast. Okay, so we do get into this place, which is good. Now, maybe we need to set the state. Is that what we need to do? So in the tag entry widget, task entry, time entry, maybe we need to set the state. Here, set okay. So let's print the time entry color and then copy it, paste it, and see if it changes. So it starts out being this, and then it changes to white. Starts out being this, and then it changes to this. Okay, so it seems like it changes, but it doesn't seem like this changes. Okay, so let's do a stateful widget instead. and then name it time entry card. Okay, and then copy this. So, and then go with here. I think we can put that. And then we can do set state down here instead. Set state, time entry color equals color. Okay, and then all that we need to do is have, well, we can remove that, and then we can do that, and then do required this dot time entry, good, and then time entry this dot time entry. Okay, seems to work. And then we'll just copy the build method from this, delete it. Probably could have asked Copilot to do this for me, but oh well. Okay, now let's see what happens if we run that. Okay, we got some errors. What do you think about Copilot? I think it works pretty good. I forget to use it a lot, but I do think it works relatively well, depending on what you want to do. Call during build. This time entry widget cannot be marked as needing to build because the framework is already in the process of building widgets. A widget marked as needing to be built. Okay, let's do this. And now let's see what Copilot can do for us. I got this error in this widget. I want the color to be updated based on the color. Get color, so future.delay duration.0. Is that really a good way to do it? Maybe. We'll try that just to see what it does. And then run. Okay, it does work. So now we seem to be able to set things. So set colors of things. So let's do new project space, and then we'll set this to be red so that we can see it, and then do task, and then do stop and save, and we got a new one that's red. So now we can set the colors of our things, of our tasks and our projects, which is good. So I just realized that if I type in project here, project, and I set that color to be blue, and then I type in task, if I don't hit space here, I still start the task, and I stop it, and I save. If I save now, the task will disappear from the task list. So this hasn't been saved yet. It only saves once I press space and actually set the color. That's the only time that it actually saves, which is a problem. So if I press save now, we do get a project, but we don't get a task, which I'd already written down. So ideally we want, because I don't think necessarily, like on the laptop, I feel like it makes sense to press space maybe after you've typed in a word, task, space. But on a phone, I don't know if the user would actually do that. And I don't feel like it's very user-friendly. If that's required of the user, it should just automatically save, I think. So we'll go back to time tracker widget. The color picker is what we want to go to. Color picker widget. So now it gets sent back. So we've already done that, which is good. Create a color palette for the user. If the task project already has a color, then don't show the dialog. To do. If the user hasn't pressed space but presses save, then first get the text from the text field. So instead of directly opening the color picker, why don't you have a color picker and make it recommended? Yeah, that is probably the better option for a user. I just kind of like the fact that it's sort of automatic. Like you don't have to, as the user, you don't have to be like, oh, I need to set all of these things. You can just type in whatever you want, and when you press space, it will tell you what to do. I kind of like that, but I do see your point as well, because it does add some complexity, I think. For instance, if we already have a project, so we already have a project called Time Tracker here. So if I do Time Tracker, then we shouldn't be able to, or we shouldn't get the option here now to reset the color, which we do. Actually, that would be pretty interesting if we set that color to be black, start the timer, stop it, and then save. We have black here, but what if we run that again? Okay, so it actually saves as two different projects, does it? No, wait, because this is time entries. Okay, so that means that we need to update the color for all of the previous projects and tasks. So when we go to the time entry widget, time tracker widget, update, stop time entry, to do, if new color, then reset colors of all previous time entries. Okay. And backspacing was the same thing. To do when backspacing, don't show the color picker. Okay, so it actually would make maybe it would make a lot more sense to have a color picker option here. The only thing is, if we, let's say, okay, so if we have a color picker here, the problem would be that if I type in task and then set the color for this, and then I also type in a project after it, then it would be kind of, I think it's hard to set the colors separately, like deciding, okay, which one of these, this stuff in the text field do I want to set? If that makes sense. Because now it's sort of intuitive, like once you've typed something in, once I've typed in a tag, then I set the color for the tag. But if we have a color picker here, then once I type that in, I have to press the color picker, and then I would also need some sort of feedback system for the user to know like which one of these three am I setting right now, which would then mean that I would need to build sort of another system for setting colors. That would be a bit more complex. Maybe it's more user-friendly, I don't know. Because at the same time, like if I accidentally set a color for the tag and now I want to reset that color, I don't know, as a user, I don't know how to reset it. What if you automatically highlight with the selected color? Yeah, that's actually a good idea, because that's what I'm doing down here. We're automatically, actually that would be really cool, I think. Because down here I've set it to be where both the text and the background color here, both of them are the color of the task. It's just that the background color of this thing is set to 50%. So what we could do is we could have a highlighter here that highlights the task or the thing that you've typed in that color, but at 50% or something. And then the actual text could still be the color. And that would make the user then see what color they've set. Then you can also have an on-click event for the written text to change the color, just in case if required. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll add it to do. If the allow the user to reset the color after it's been set. Okay. I just realized something too. I think right now what's happening, if I'm not mistaken, is that set color, change color. So if I'm not mistaken here, what we do right now is that we keep adding to this list. So let's do print tasks. So if I do task space, set the color for that, and then I do project space, set the color for that. Okay. I should have printed this afterwards, I just realized. So task, set the color, good. Project, set the color. So now you can see that we have two tasks in this list. But what happens if I backspace now? Then it should actually delete things from this list. But what I think it will do is I think it will actually add more things to the list. So if I backspace and then I set the color, as you can see, we now have a P in the list, and then we go back again here. So that means that if we start the timer and then stop it and then save, we have task, project, and P when we actually deleted everything from the list. So now we need to make sure that once the user deletes stuff, that we actually remove things from the list. How do we do that? How do you like Flutter? Have you done stuff in RN as well? React Native, I guess? No, I haven't tried React Native. I really like Flutter, but I think React Native is probably better. Lots of people are telling me that that typing HTML is a lot faster for building UI than what I'm doing here in Flutter, although I'm not the most efficient, so have you tried Svelte? No? What is Svelte? Svelte? Cybernetically enhanced web apps. Svelte shifts as much work as possible out of the browser and into your build step. No more manual optimizations. Create Svelte, my app, compact, write breathtakingly concise components using language you already know, HTML, CSS. Svelte. I'm guessing it's like an alternative to Flutter or React Native. Svelte versus React. Okay. React is a great choice, while Svelte is better for smaller, more dynamic projects. Svelte is considered one of the fastest JavaScript frameworks, and it's faster than React. It uses a compiler that does most of the work during the build time, so there's no need to use virtual debug. Okay, Svelte is a web framework, not native. Yeah, I haven't tried it. This app is sort of a front end only, like it has a back end, but it's not an actual back end, it's a user. I don't really know the definition of what a back end would be. Does it have to be like do you have to use an API for it to be called a back end, like something like Firebase, or is, because right now we're storing stuff and using SQL, so that's sort of a back end, but not really. For updating the list, you can listen for backspace, but that can make the app a little slower, and then you can compare the list and update it when any item is missing or updated. Yeah. Okay, so the color picker, we have a list of tasks. Maybe we need to send that list, actually. So what if we did print tasks? And then we'll do task. Got it. And then task. Got it. And then if we delete that, we just have one task. Okay, so that's what we need to do, I think. Okay, shit. Okay. Color picker. Time tracker. So I'm trying to think of if there's a better way to do this, a faster way to do this. For instance, if we send in all the lists of tags, tasks, and projects, then we could just set all of them tags to be equal to the tag list that we sent in, that we get sent into this method. But we also need to set the colors here. So maybe I'm assuming most of your projects are just for fun, learning, or for content. And have you ever tried to ship any of your projects and tackled all the challenges that comes with that? So driving traffic, advertising, hosting, authentication, etc. I have published several apps to the App Store, and some of them have had login functionality and some of them haven't. I haven't really done any advertising for it other than just YouTube. So I haven't tried anything like that. But yeah, I've definitely deployed some of the apps, if that's what you mean by shipping. And driving traffic, I guess, is just from my YouTube channel. But I haven't had any apps that I've published that I've then continued to work on long term. Usually it's been like a project for a specific video. But now with this app, the whole idea is for me to be able to then track the time that I spend working on these apps. So I can kind of track my own time and then share that as well, so that people can see kind of like, okay, this app took Cal this much time. And then I want to try to keep it up to date as well, so that if people want to use it, then they can it can continue to work. Because I do have several apps from the past that just don't work anymore because they're not up to date with the new iOS updates and all those sort of things. Have you ever thought about making serious income from an app? I have some ideas for some apps that I think could actually make some income. And that's like this app that I'm building right now is kind of for me to get my feet wet again in programming and building apps, and just relearn or remember the process of it, and then also get an app built that I can then use for future projects for myself. So that I can then I guess this app in itself I don't think is anything super special, even though I really like it and I would like to have it. I don't think that it's something that necessarily has too much potential when it comes to making a serious income for myself. But the next app that I'm going to work on, I do think has some potential. So for those apps that would you be hiring app developers? I wouldn't necessarily hire app developers, I don't think, because I think I can do most of the things myself, and since I can stream it and make videos about it as well, that sort of means that even if it might take a little bit longer, it's probably worth for me to do it myself. Although I was thinking a bit about how to do open source in a really cool way, and I have an idea for that, which is potentially I could create something like, because you can do donations and things on YouTube, and you can do donations on Twitch, and what I was thinking is that I could create some sort of connection from an open source project to my live streams. So I could then, because what I don't feel comfortable with is when people are working on my apps and helping me with my apps, and they're doing that for free, and then I sort of get to take credit for whatever, like I get to take credit for work that is not purely mine. So what I was thinking is that if I could set up something where donations and things get portioned out to the contributors to the project based on how much they contribute. So like the people that contribute the most will get paid the most. And I think that would be, as I'm saying this right now, I'm just realizing that that could be really cool, because it could be a sort of, it could be even for myself, like I wouldn't be privy or excluded from that sort of tier list. Like if I'm not the most, if I'm not the top contributor, then I don't get paid the most. The top contributor gets paid the most, and then you kind of get paid by how much you contribute to the project. Because I think that would be, I mean, that would be the most, like, what would you call it, like democratic way of paying developers for work, and especially on an open source project. Even though I like the idea of the fact that people just contribute freely with their own time to projects, and I think that's a really cool part of open source. I still think that for me personally, if I was to do open source, I'm not in the same position as like a developer that's completely on their own in their home with no audience, that just builds a tool for themselves and gets other people to help out with that tool. I feel like since I have YouTube and all that stuff, it would feel more fair and more like it would feel really cool if the contributors to the project would get paid based on how much they contribute, because that's the most fair way I could imagine doing open source. Yeah, good luck in calculating contribution weights. Yeah, that might be, it might be difficult. I don't know how that would go actually, and like how that would be done. As a dev, I don't agree with that, because I think working on open source projects replaces work experience when applying for a job, and as a new developer, seasoned devs do it as a hobby. But this is only my opinion. Isn't it notoriously hard to judge how much someone contributes in GitHub Flutter, since a single code line can cause the whole class to re-indent and basically changes the whole file? Yeah, maybe it would be difficult. From my past experience, I feel like it's usually pretty obvious who is contributing the most, even though if you look at it from a pure like what would you call it, quantitative from purely like quantitative metrics, so things like how many lines of code someone contributes, I don't think that would be how you would figure that out. Now, I'm not super experienced with open source. I don't know if there's probably tons of flaws in that setup, but I think it definitely could be possible, and maybe it wouldn't be, I think you'd have to get to a certain point before you can get, depending on how much money that actually would contribute and like how much money people put into that project, it would kind of determine how much we distribute that throughout the project. Because maybe it'd be like the top 10 contributors, they will get paid, they will get portioned out like 100% of what gets donated to the app. But I'm not sure how that would be done, because I don't know the pitfalls of it, but I think it's possible. I think it is something that could be done. Yeah, does anyone know of a project that does this? Because I feel like this would make so much sense, especially through this thing where it's like YouTube or Twitch streaming, and maybe have a Patreon or something like that, or a Bitcoin wallet that would get distributed to the top contributors. I think that would be possible. Maybe it would be a lot of work, I don't know, but I think it would be really cool too, because it would take away all the things like work experience. Like you wouldn't need a resume or anything like that. You would only need to basically make good contributions to a project, and that would be the only metric that you're measured by, essentially. So people that are aspiring developers, they could contribute and work on their skills to get better, and then get paid more, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's a vision or an idea that I have, and it would be cool if it could be implemented one day, and maybe for the next app, we'll see. Yeah, so might have to use something like a ticket system. So many companies apparently use this for tracking work. So making one issue in GitHub worth a certain amount of points, and then you get paid based on those points that you earn. I mean, it would be like gamifying open source, sort of, but also adding the fact that you can make real money with it. Which I think it would be really cool. But it would also have to be a cool project, I think, that people are actually excited to work on. Okay. Oh yeah, and then you can train AI to actually determine how many points an issue is worth. Yeah, that would be, like, you could make this super complex and, or like legit, I guess. Yeah, I really like this idea. I like it because it's also like, if I have a platform where I can bring people together that would maybe want to support a certain project, then it would also be really cool if I could then help other people be able to kind of support themselves off of just working from home and coding on a project that they like. And I also think it would be cool because it's like, people only contribute to things that they like, and like, it would be this sort of thing where if people lose interest in the project itself, then people would just stop contributing, and people would stop contributing both in like code and in donations. So it would be, the whole project would kind of have to survive on the metrics or the merits of the actual project itself, instead of something where maybe like in a normal company you'd work and you would be working on features for someone else for a project that maybe you don't actually think is worth doing, or maybe features that you don't think should be added, or things like that. I think in this case, everyone would be able to see the code base, so everyone would be able to be like, okay, well, I don't think we should add this feature. I think that would make the app worse, and then you could have like a voting system or something like that, so you can actually make an app that is very close to what most people want from the app, instead of having one single person decide this is what the app should be. But again, like there might be some downsides to that, because sometimes people don't know what they want before they get it. Oh, you just got Java Head First. That's the book that I would recommend. That's the first book that I read, and it's probably the only book that I ever recommend on programming. And yeah, it doesn't matter which language you end up in. If you just read that book, then you will basically be able to do any programming language after that. Okay. When backspacing, don't show the color picker. So let's ask Copilot when Screens. Oh yeah, I did not notice that. Let's have rename that. Screens. Okay. All right. So I don't know if that show the color picker if the current character is not a backspace. Okay. Task. Okay, now it doesn't show the color picker at all, so that doesn't work. Copilot is not necessarily that great. How do I know if we're doing a backspace though? So let's see what ChatGPT does. A text field, and I want to You can either listen for backspace press or use the idea that whatever whole input length decreased, that means the user deleted some part of the text inside and prevent showing the pop-up. Yeah. It might be that we have to track how long it is. Previous part. Input. Okay, time is up. So now I'm just going to grab my shake. All right, and we're going to set a new timer. Stop, and we're going to set a new timer for 2 hours on the minute. And that will be the end of the stream. You can either listen to... How about a tag input? Every time you select the color, it adds a removable tag. Every time you select the color, it adds a removable tag. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean. I like this, but can you choose whatever is in front of it? So right now it's a hashtag. Is it possible to set that to be something else? Okay, yeah, they just did that down here. And then the colors. So this would probably be way better. Let's actually copy this and add this as a to-do here, because I think we will be adding that at some point, but I don't think I am ready to rebuild that right this second. Use this for the text field, because that might actually solve a lot of different things that workarounds that I've been doing. And maybe, like, this is the difficult things when you're programming, is when you come up to a problem and then you realize that, okay, maybe the best solution here is to actually rewrite the whole thing. And usually in those times when you get to those problems, the best thing is just to detach from the work that you've done and to just have no sentimental connection to it at all and just rewrite it using this better tool, because right now I feel like this is a way better tool and I'm struggling to come up with a reason why I shouldn't rewrite it, because I think this will be a way easier way to keep track of all the things that I'm writing down, or all the different projects, the tasks, the tags. It would also be a way to then set the colors for it so that you can actually see the colors of all the different things. It would just actually solve so many problems, but I just don't like the fact that it means I have to rewrite the whole thing. Yeah, is it possible to have an autocomplete function for it? So if you have previously saved things, would this be able to autocomplete it? Yeah, it does do that. It does have that functionality. Okay, this is just so much better. I don't like it. Fuck. This is me just realizing that I'm gonna have to rewrite the whole thing using this. All right, I guess the only thing that I can do now is to just rewrite it. So we'll create a new file. And just name a better text field for now, .dart, and okay, so let's see if we can do this actually. Let's see if we can ask Copilot to build the whole thing for us. Create a text field widget with a text field with this text field that has the color picker functionality of color Okay, I think we need to install it. Yeah, I usually do that too, where I just copy paste the code from the example. Yeah, I know that it's a color picker. I just thought it was kind of funny that I accidentally named it color picker. So it's gonna stay like that for a bit. Take a break and reset your brain and then start. It happens to me every day. Copy pasting works fine as well. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe it would be able to build it using the copy or the so I wanted to use this code, show color picker. So we'll just copy that. Function, color, string, and then require this dot add text and color. Okay, text field tags. Okay, we might have to do some copying here. Final string tag controller. I'm using block for state management. What happened to nvim? I do use Vim for certain things, but not for like big projects like this. I'm not fast enough in it. I might do something. I might try it like in a month or two and do like a week or 2 weeks or a month of just using Vim for this project or for an actual app, and just force myself to learn it. But it's going to be painful to watch, I think. Okay, text field styler. Text separators. Okay. So does that mean that we can have Okay. Do you think Flutter is the best programming language? Would you prefer to use another one, or do you think this is good? So Flutter is not actually a programming language. Dart is the programming language that Flutter uses. And Flutter is like a framework to build apps with. And okay, so initial tags. Okay, validator. But yeah, I really like Dart. I think it's very close to Java, and Java was like the first language that I learned, and I like Java compared to Python because it has, even though it might take a little bit more text to do what you need, it's sort of a little bit easier to understand sometimes when you're doing big projects, because you have like, you can see what types things are, and it's just a little bit more contained, I feel like. If tag.tag equals lion, return not invited per tiger request. Via a custom Okay, so let's just have a look at this. Button data. Okay, I don't really understand why it does not work. Input field border. dynamic tag. Okay, so let's see if we just comment all that out and see where do we get an error. What? Okay. And then we'll go to the time entry widget, color picker, no. Let's search for color picker. Let's see, better text field function, add text color. Let's also add the final text editing controller. Acquired this dot controller. Okay, Let's see what we get now. Test. Test. Okay. Apparently, we do not get the text field. Better text field. Better text field. Widget build column string tag data. I'm not really sure why we do not get the actual text field. It's just in one place, but why on earth? When I change it, we do not get a new text field. Okay, so I changed this. Oh my god. I changed this to be this. It's now better text field. So it should be showing us something else. So when we swipe up, we should get a better text field here, but we don't. Why don't we get that? Because we still get the color picker text field, which we do not want. Okay, I have no clue what's going on right now. Let's just delete it and then see what happens. All right, we might have something. Oh my god, we have something really fun now that we need to work on, which is I renamed this folder and updated everything. And now is main.dart not updated? Better text field error Dart is not available on this platform. Could not build application for the simulator. Your Flutter checkout has local changes that would be erased. Okay. If you want to keep these changes, it is recommended that you stash them via git stash or else commit changes. Okay. This is when you're just like, oh fuck. Now we cannot run the app anymore. Okay. failed registering. Okay. I cannot change the name. Okay, change it here. Cal, hold on. Okay. Alright, I'm not really sure what's happening. The thing is, I'm running another app at the same time. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, ho, ho. Dart.js utils not available on this platform. Okay, finally. And now we do have a text field here, so we can do hashtag tag and then do comma, blah, 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 comma, blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe not. Text separators. Lion. All right. Print tag. 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 Okay, now we just need to get this to work. Which is this thing. So apparently this does not work. And is that because dynamic tag data is not a thing? No, seems to be okay. String question mark function can't be assigned to the parameter of type string question mark function string. But how come they do it here? Dynamic tag controller. Validator works when you validate the field. When do you validate the field though? Using global key form state. Where does he use this? Text field tag controller, okay. So maybe if we copy that, why does it copy everything? If we copy this, we go here, and we paste it here, we do that, tag data. Remove that. Dynamic tag controller. There. That does fix our problem. Now the question is just tag data. Where does that come from? Tag data. So that's a class that doesn't exist. see full example. But where does he get the tag data from? Probably the document for text field tags is outdated. Dynamic tag controller. Number 1. But where's the class where he actually defines this? Oh my god. It makes no sense to me. Because we can clearly see that he has a model there called button data, but he does not show us the tag data class, and it doesn't come with the actual package or the yeah. Okay, so it seems like it does absolutely nothing at this point. Like, this is the example, and this is what they get. I literally just copied that example, and this is what I get. Why do I not get what they got? Yeah, nothing really happens if I press enter. I feel like it's almost as if it doesn't update. Initial tags. Once you type in text, press the enter key. Yeah, I've tried that. So this is a tag. Enter. Nothing happens. Space. Nothing happens. Comma. Nothing happens. Yeah, I mean, there's no initial tags, which should be showing, which kind of makes me feel like, is this even the text field? Are we even getting the right text field here? Or is something else showing up? Once you typed in the text, press enter. Are there any required parts? I mean, it shouldn't be. It feels like this is an example of what you should just be able to copy and then paste in, and that should do it. You need to import the package, which we have, otherwise we wouldn't be able to even call this function. So we have imported the text field. Follow one of the examples below, blah, blah, blah. By default, the widget comes with 2 built-in. If you only want to use string-based tags, then use the string tag controller. The example below shows you how you can utilize string tag, control the main string. See the full example. But for some odd reason, we're not getting. I mean, the text field probably should look something like that, I think, even. It just doesn't do anything for us. Are there any required parts? Are you sure you're using the input field in the correct place? Wondering if it has to do with better text field, if there's still some remains in your old code. The thing is, I think we can look at that. Color picker text field was the old text field, and the only place that this is referenced is in this file, which is the actual file for the class of the text field. So this literally should not be able to be accessed unless it's called somewhere, which it isn't. Whereas the better text field is called in 2 places. In one of them is the class where we create it, but one of them is also the time tracker widget where we build it. So it should be showing up here. And let's say that we change this to be something else instead, just to see, to make sure that we can show something else on the screen. Let's do a container and then colors.red and run. Okay, maybe we need to do something about the indentation. One more. Okay. Run. And now we get red here. So it seems like it does show something here, and we do get whatever we have in this thing. But for some reason it just doesn't show any of this stuff. Why not? Tag, comma, nothing. Why don't the Python it still doesn't show anything. After entering, you are not updating the state called call set state. I guess. Are you calling the constructor? Do you mean this constructor? Does it need to be a stateless widget? I think the set state error is actually from this list behind here, and not from this, if I was to guess. Let's see what happens if we change it to a stateless widget instead. Maybe we can do Copilot, change it to be a stateless widget instead. Accept, and then just comment all of it out. Okay, let's see what happens when we run that. Still doesn't do anything. Tag, 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 comma, 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 nothing happens. So now it feels like I've been going down a rabbit hole of trying to get this thing to work because it was supposed to be way easier, but now it seems like it's not. It actually wasn't worth changing. I mean, it would be so good if that worked because it looks really good. But now we've spent an hour and 6 minutes just trying to get this to work. Print hello. I mean, we don't even get in here, which I think is like supposed to be some sort of method. And this just doesn't get called at all. We don't add anything into the text field. Nothing happens. Why is that? Yeah, okay, let's try to add the key thing and see what happens. That's like the final thing that I could think of. Okay. This stuff is just so annoying. When you have to do the validator could be a function called on some confirm action and not every input changed. Yeah, it could be, but I mean, it's still like, this is the example here, and all it has is these exact same things that I have, and this is supposed to be the result of it, which just isn't the result. Either way, oh my god, let's see. Try correcting the name or defining a name and parameter. It doesn't really make any sense. Because why on earth? Why on earth does this work here, but this doesn't work? It says that the name key isn't defined. Try correcting the name to an existing named parameter's name or defining a named parameter with the name key. Makes sense, but why does it then work up here? And I think that the way that I was thinking about it was that potentially it would be that it doesn't work here because, or it works here because the parent to this widget has a key. But then, I mean, this should be able, it doesn't know what the parent is going to be when I write the code here. So it doesn't necessarily know that, okay, the parent is going to have something. capital letter K for the first key. K. No. Because, I mean, here it's lowercase and that seems to work. Maybe we don't need the key here. What if we remove that? And we remove this. And we just try running it like that. Tag, comma, nothing happens, nothing happens. Okay. I don't really think that the key thing will even do anything, but just so that it is, or it does look exactly like the example. Okay. Comma, nothing happens. PHP, nothing happens. Yeah, right now it is just bare bones. It's the color picker isn't used at all. It's literally the exact same example as the one that they use. I could do this. And we could remove everything, comment it out, and we can paste literally the exact same example in, and we can call it better text field. Like that. Kind of strange. And then we could go here and we can just remove this. And then we can run it to see what happens. Still looks the same. Still doesn't do anything. I hit enter, I hit the keys, I hit enter, I hit comma, I hit comma, I hit word, comma, nothing happens. Which means that the literal like example that they provide for this thing doesn't work. I feel like I just need to give up on this because this doesn't seem like it works. Can you set a breakpoint for the debugger? Yeah, we could try that. Maybe, just maybe, the example is out of date. Maybe I check GPT for a new example. I feel like it shouldn't be out of date. It's 3 months ago it was published. I mean, it seems so strange that it would be out of date. Or not up to date. On that text field, on pressed, call set state. on changed. That's not what you said, but maybe we can try print hello text, because I just want to see if it does anything. Like if that might be the problem. What? Did not match. Oh yeah. Okay, so it does seem to do something when we do change the text field. But this never updates. Controller input field values dot text editing controller print input field values dot text editing controller dot text. Okay, so that seems to be getting something, but why? Call set state there. Okay. Just set state, like so. Comma, nothing. The problem is that, like, as you can see here, the initial tags should be Python, and the text field, or here we say initial tags, which means that the text field should essentially be populated with this as the first tag, which it isn't. And the problem is, like, when it isn't, since it isn't, it's kind of just strange. Set breakpoint at 25 and then start the debugger. Okay. Let's just do nothing here. 25. How do you start the debugger though? I just run and debug. I mean, it seems like it does get the list that has the Python thing, but you see at the top, those icons are continue and so on at the top. Ah, okay, yeah. Step over, continue. Press the third one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So let's do it again then, I guess. Restart. Where are we now? Hint widget. Okay, it seems like I can't do anything at this point. But then I press continue. Okay, now. What? Okay, and then tag. Alright, I'm not really sure what this, where we're going with it, but I mean, when I type things in, it's the same thing that we had before. We don't get anything, and I don't see anything here. So I'm not sure what we will get out of this. You have to have a breakpoint where the value should be. Yeah, well, the value should be here, I guess, because when we add the breakpoint here and then we run it, 34. So we'll add 2 breakpoints, and then we'll run it. Okay, you can remove the, but then we get here. Okay. I do have Discord, but I don't have it installed or like available easily. Continue, and then type something, tag, tag, under variables to the left you can see the result. There is absolutely no result at all, if I understand you correctly. I feel like I've just gone down a rabbit hole of something that I should not have started. I thought I was being more effective by just creating a new by switching tasks. The thing is, row 34, I don't know if it is never being called, but like if we print something here, hello, it seems like it does get called, because every time we change something, we print hello, hello, hello on the screen here. So it does get, we do get there, but we just, for whatever reason, everything up here just doesn't, this does absolutely nothing, it seems like. Which is annoying, especially since we've now spent 1 hour, 1.5 hours trying to just add something new to the app, that I'm just gonna say this is not working. And I'm gonna remove this, and we're gonna never talk about that again, because I don't think it works. Maybe it'll work in the future, but right now we have something that works and that we don't need to spend hours and hours trying to fix. Color picker, text field. Okay, why not? Add color and text. Because now we have something that actually works. Do we? Yeah. Oh yeah, we just need to see however we find out when the backspace is being hit. Task, space, and we can set the color. And now we're back to where we started almost 2 hours ago. Frustrating. So the whole idea, the whole reason this big project started, or this thing started, was that we wanted to just be able to separate things and, like, I don't know, keep track of what we've set colors to and what we haven't set colors to and all that stuff. Project in a better way, and it seemed like this would be a better way to have it like that, and ideally actually to have it like this, where it actually shows the color of whatever we've set and to keep track of it like that. But this, I mean, it must be like the worst, one of the worst packages I've worked with, because I don't think I've ever copied, like literally copied the example and pasted it into my app and not had it work. So it just, I don't know. And no, I don't think the text should necessarily change colors. We don't need that. It was just if it could look like this. If it could look like this, then yeah, it would make sense for it to change colors. But if it's gonna look like this, then it doesn't necessarily make sense for it to change colors, because if this changes colors to purple, let's say, then all of a sudden you wouldn't be able to read the text. Now you could add something where it highlights it, but then highlighting is something that you may want to do as a user anyway. So the question is, should it be highlighted like that? Like, there's so many other things that that would entail and come with. So maybe for like a beta version of the app, it's not something that we need to focus on. And yeah, I feel a bit bad that I just wasted 1.5 hours trying to do something that already works pretty well. But what we need to do is we need to make sure that when backspace is pressed, then this should not be executed. So I think that's how we get the last element. And now we'll see what happens if we do task, space, nope, okay. If current part equals this, which is what we already do. If input does not equal backspace, okay. what was the error? This error happens if you call setState on a state object for a widget that no longer, okay, no. The following range error was thrown, invalid, input -1. Okay. Print input. Task. Task. I believe you probably won't get backspace as a character in your variable, so maybe try listening for backspace button press. Okay, wait. Okay, wait, what if we do this instead? Okay. What we could do is we could keep track of the length of this, and if the length is less than the previous length, then we could, okay. Int previous length equals 0, and then down here previous length equals input dot length. Okay, so then we could do if previous length is greater than input dot length. If not this, okay, wait, actually like that, and then just do show dialog. No, show color picker. Previous part. Okay, so this should then make sure that if the length is decreasing, then we won't show the color picker. So task space, this works. You can set that. Project, set that. And then backspace, 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 and it works. Now we need to make sure that we actually send the right thing into here, because right now we want to send the lists, I think. Okay. Tags, task, tags, project tags. Okay, and then we'll go to the time tracker widget. Add color and text, and this is where we then take a list, tasks, nope, string, tasks, tags, projects, tasks, tags, and projects. Okay. Why is that giving me an error? Dynamic cannot be assigned to that. Okay. List string okay, and then what we'll do is we will update all of these lists. So tags equals tags, tasks equals tasks, projects equals projects. Okay. Project colors dot add color. Okay, I think this would be the way to do it. And then we'll also add the text here. String. Okay. Text. So now if we run this, I think we have most things working. We can set that color to be green, and then we can do an @ for the project, spacebar, and then set that to be red, and then start the timer, stop the timer, delete all this. What happens if we press save? Project task, red. Okay, it seems like it still saves it, which we then just need to create some sort of update method here in the color picker. So somehow in here we need to update it so that it actually deletes the stuff that's been removed. So I'm thinking now maybe we should just have had variables that got sent in here instead, that were the lists of tags and projects and all that then this method parse input string updates, and it updates or sends it back to the previous widgets. That might actually be the better way to do it. So wait, let's see. If the task parties already has a color, then don't show. Allow the user to reset the color. When backspacing, don't show the color picker. So that has now been taken care of. If the user hasn't pressed space but presses save, then first get the text, okay. We do not need that, we've tried that. So one to do is to do send the lists of text fields back to the parent instead of using the callback function. Okay, and that might be what we'll work on next time, because now the time, we have 5 minutes left on today's stream, and then I have to go prepare stuff for my boat and do other things. I think again, I mean, this is now even closer to what we want, but we can set the colors for the different tasks as we want. Ideally, I want the user to also have like pre-prepared colors that they can set, because maybe some people don't care about setting colors themselves, so it would be kind of nice to have a color palette that would fit or look good within the app. So that could be an option. Now I kind of like, I just realized, for some reason I always choose this purple color scheme when I do apps, which I don't intend to do, but it just happens for some reason. Maybe there's just an over-representation of purple apps on Pinterest when they designs. But I tend to always end up choosing something that's kind of purple. I'm sort of tired of that, and I like the aesthetic of like pure black apps, and having sort of a minimalistic app that isn't necessarily made to keep the user in the app as much as possible would be super interesting, but it should just be sort of scaled back. Like I like one app that I use a lot is Tick. And if we look at what that looks like as an app, there's just plain white and there's not much going on really. And I don't know, I kind of like that because I feel like it's sort of timeless. Like this won't necessarily go out of fashion, even though it might be some of the widgets or the look of the widgets could be outdated. I feel like the look of just white and black and blue is sort of timeless. So it might be something, I might actually just change this to be some other color, like pure black or something, to make it just a little bit less easier to work with and less like distracting in terms of the color scheme. Because I want it to be a productivity tool, and I want it to be focused on just that, just helping people track their time and be more productive, and not, it shouldn't necessarily, I feel like you can get sick of the purple after a while, and the purple can look kind of outdated as well. So yeah, I think maybe we'll do some sort of other color scheme for it at some point. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me on the stream, and especially for helping me out with custom themes. Could be a really good thing. Yeah, that's a good idea. But yeah, thank you for helping me out with all these bugs, and even for suggesting that text field, the new option for the text field. I think this is really cool, and I would want to use this. It's just, it wasn't my day today, I think. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll come back as soon as I can and continue building on this app, and hopefully get the beta release coming pretty soon, because it's very close. I think we don't have that much left. It's mostly just bug fixing at this point. There's not many features that need to be added. It's just making sure that the UI kind of works the way that it should, and see what I could do. Oh, you got it working. Let's see. Twitch. Let's have a look. Let's see how you got it working. Oh, that, yeah, it looks so clean, I think. What is this? sap.run. Print entered tags. Did you figure out what the issue was, or why it didn't work for me? State, home. Scaffold, tag, text field tags, separators, initial tags, tags. Okay, I'll copy this and create a new file, and then we'll get to that maybe next time and see if we can, because this would be good if we could get it to work, because I really like the look of it. Better text field. Okay, time is up. Rename field. Okay, use text field tags 1.4.2. Okay, so let's just import that. 1.4.2. I have to test this to see if it works. Because if this works, you are my savior. So let's have a look. Here we go. Delete that and then do home. Now the question is, maybe I have already got something named home, so that could mean that won't work. Enable tag input in text field. There's a lot of unnecessary styling and touch. Maybe just get the input field itself. Enable tag input in text field. Okay, we don't need that, and we don't need the body, so we can remove some things. Okay, 18 pixels, that's okay. Tag test at test. Okay, that's really good. Thank you, man. I mean, it's incredible that you just did that. I really appreciate it. Like this, because this is so much better than the thing that I've been working on or doing. This is going to be so much cleaner, I think. But yeah, I really have to run now. I need to eat my breakfast and then I have to go prep a bunch of stuff for my boat because I'm going to go on a like 6 to 8 hour sail tomorrow. And there's a lot of stuff that I need to do in order to get that happening. But thank you so much. Yeah, it looks awful, but it's working now. And we can work on getting this to look the way that I want it to look for the app. But really, genuinely, like, thank you so much for helping out. I mean, like you saw, it took me like 1.5 hours and I didn't get it to work. So it really means a lot that you put that effort into it for me. So thank you, and yeah, have a good day, guys, and I'll see you guys as soon as I get back and have time to stream again. All right, catch you later.